got all my stuff.
观众朋友们，我们温馨提示您，请您按照明信息对号入座。观赛期间不要随意走动或长时间站立，以免影响他人观赛。在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照。当运动员发球时，请保持安静，并请将手机调整至静音或智能状态。请大家不要乱扔垃圾，做好垃圾分类投放，保持场馆的整洁。请勿在场馆内吸烟，做文明观众。感谢您。 了，
东恒水了，
东风日产、
东风 Nissan、
长城五星
Great Worldwide
等合作伙伴的鼎力支持。
Thanks for the sponsors of this event for the great support.
保护到位，表现加倍。
到达能源外持用来着效保护引擎，抗磨损性能，提升冷力形式，汽车用户获取外持用来。
谁在线？动力舱。
到达能源外持用来运航超国际分子，换火引擎，强劲动力，汽车用户获取外持用来。
大家好，我是潍坊全球品牌大使安塞尔。潍坊羽式队员一直以来在中国致力于合作推广羽毛球的运动，以普及这项运动，对它在中国蓬勃发展。目前为止，潍坊已经在中国建成了55块户外羽毛球场，覆盖了11座城市。我也希望大家能加入我们，来一起潍坊享受户外羽毛球的乐趣吧。
总有一些坚持不负所望，
总有一种信念势不可挡。
简单的事情做好就是不简单，
平凡的事情做精就是不平凡。站在新起点，迎接新挑战，
永远不要低估我们对胜利的渴望。
雅思永不落幕，胜利正在进行。
人生道路，每一站不过只是一站。为真者可和你与天地间，为信赖者能长行于人生路。一针之吻，经真情时刻。敖海将相万毛钱，举信赖，敬真情，贵州敖海钱公司有限公司出品世界羽联官方合作伙伴。
无水了，天热补水，快速补充电解质。无水了，运动补水，快速补充电解质。无水了，每天补水，快速补充电解质。东鹏饮料荣誉出品。无水了，天热补水，快速补充电解质。无水了，运动补水，快速补充电解质。无水了，每天补水，快速补充电解质。东鹏饮料荣誉出品。
尽兴有你。
技术遗产人车生活，
长城蕴藏着中华脊梁，五星镌刻着辉煌篇章。以匠心凝聚每一个璀璨时光，以荣耀聚集每一个不凡人生。165国贵宾举杯长城五星。安全、责任、清洁、陪伴、便捷，一直是到大能源对所有顾客的承诺。我们在中国
biggest mixed team tournament in badminton is just starting to unravel on the island city of Xiamen. Welcome to day 3 of the 2025 BWF Sudirman Cup, and from here on in you can watch every match live. This is our stunning venue, the Fenghuang Gymnasium, the largest single structure sports venue in China, room for 18,000, most of whom will be cheering on China to defend the trophy they've won for the last 3 editions. In fact, they've won 13 times overall, 9 of them with a whitewash in the final. So we're midway through the group stage now. The quarterfinals will be on Friday, the semis on Saturday, and you can watch the final live from 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. 16 nations, and they're divided into 4 groups. The top 2 from each of these groups will progress through to the last 8. And this morning we are concentrating on Group C. Every nation has played 1 match so far. Japan and Malaysia lead the way, France and Australia with plenty of work to do if they want to get into the mix. It's Japan versus France, our offering on court 1 in a few minutes time, and then later on this evening, 5 o'clock local time, for Indonesia against India in Group D. Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen will be your hosts for that one. Obviously a very powerful Japanese squad. The likes of Yamaguchi in the women's singles, and of course some of their women's doubles, very strong. And in fact, none of the 8 players we're going to see for Japan today played yesterday, so they've changed the whole lineup. That's the luxury of having such a big squad. And they seem pretty happy, don't they? See how it pans out when we start in a few minutes' time. Well, a much, much smaller French squad, and the headlines really made by those who aren't here rather than those who are. No Tomo or Junior Popov, no Alex Lanier, no Jacqueline Delroux in the mixed either. Some of those names, I guess, won't be too familiar to you, although Margot Lambert obviously has been around on the circuit for a little while. It's a learning experience for these youngsters, I think you could say. Well, here's our lineup then, starting with the mix. Shimagami and Habara getting their first taste of action this week against Gregor Deschamps and 18-year-old Elsa Jacob. Koki Watanabe wasn't involved yesterday either. He's up next in the men's singles versus the world number 84, Enagal Roy. And then it's one of the Japanese big guns. Double world champion Akane Yamaguchi will be an overwhelming favourite against another French youngster, Anna Tatranova. Midorikawa and Yamashita next in the men's doubles. They face Caton and Renoir, who were swept aside in less than half an hour yesterday. Lambert and Pognon suffered a similar fate against Malaysia, and it may not get any easier when they take on Igarashi and Shida in our finale. That's the women's doubles. First up though, as promised, it is the mixed doubles, and as you can see, players are on their way. Down to 2 courts from here on in, and of course from Saturday it'll just be a single court as well. My name's Trevor Harris, delighted to have Olympic medalist Chris Langridge alongside me. And Chris, this is a very young French team. We've mentioned that. I don't think there's a great deal of expectation in terms of winning matches and winning points, but in terms of a badminton education, it might be something different.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the French team they've brought is, as you said, it's a very, very young team. It's without kind of the superstars of the French squad, and it is purely about, for me anyway, experience, learning, gathering information, and you know, this is the team maybe that we'll see in the future, and this is what I think France have invested in bringing this squad here.
two very big tournaments actually still to come this year in France. The French Open, of course, and the World Championships in Paris in August. So no doubt the French big guns, the Popovs and Alex Lanier, preparing for those. So these are the players who are here, starting with Gregor Deschamps, 22 years of age. He actually won a small mixed doubles event back in March with Margot Lambert. This is going to be a very, very tough ask against Shimogami and Habara. Deschamps' partner is Elsie Jacob, just 18 as we mentioned. I was quite amused to read actually on a profile that career earnings so far $2,000 US, but this is kind of an education that money can't buy up against one of the powerhouse badminton nations. They played yesterday, these two, lost in 29 minutes in straight games to Go and Lai of Malaysia. And they'll hope to improve on that against this Japanese pair. Yuichi Shimogami, 27. Actually only selected for the national team earlier this year, so that's a pretty late call-up, all things considered. Best ranking, you see it there with the bar of 38. Got to the final of the Malaysia Masters, these two, back in October, though that was only a Super 100 event. Habara's 26, left-handed. They did actually win a small tournament last year, the Northern Marianas Open. I had to look that up because I obviously hadn't heard of it before. Actually, Habara was a former World Junior champion in girls doubles alongside Matsuyama. So clearly has some talent in doubles. Might be, well, I'd say slightly easier than yesterday for the French pair, but it's still going to be very tough. It's kind of hard to know, Chris, what a successful scoreline, if you like, might be for this French pair. They just want to be maybe competitive in at least one of the games, I suspect.
I think the hardest thing is as well, in this mixed doubles, they're not even a pair, the French. You know, they're a scratch partnership, which is a bit surprising, if I'm honest, for me, that they've put them together. Yeah, they just want to get out there, get experience, be competitive and challenge their opponents who also aren't experienced at this level. You know, they are experienced players. They've been on tour for a duration, the Japanese players, but representing Japan, you know, it's all new to them.
Yeah, so it may not quite be as stiff an examination as they had yesterday against Go and Lai. Obviously, we know how good that Malaysian pair are. Victor Wong of Hong Kong, China, by the way, is in charge of this one.
Represented by Yuichi Shimogami and Sayaka Habara. France to serve, Elsa Jacob to Yuichi Shimogami. Level, play.
So Japan, who won 5-love yesterday against Australia. French beaten 5-love by Malaysia. The early points like that will do their confidence a pair of good.
Yeah, and I think Deschamps especially has had quite an interesting journey, because only until very late last year he was actually playing men's singles, I think, as his priority event. Although he did win a challenge tournament in mixed doubles last year, and I think that was one of the turning points for him to then start playing mixed, solely just mixed.
Yeah, you feel he's got to be the senior partner, really, hasn't he, with 18-year-old Jacob?
Yeah, and this is, you know, the big challenge for him. He's also not experienced representing France, and also at this higher level, he's kind of been playing more of the international series, international challenge tournaments. And as you said, being the senior player, and he's only young himself. He's only 22, and that's the kind of the crazy thing in this really, really young French squad that they've brought.
1-2.
Nervy first serve from Elsa Jacob into the net. Might take a little while to settle, I imagine.
It's been a from Deschamps. I was a little bit surprised that France maybe didn't invest and bring Elsa's partner, Tom Trescott, who for me is a mini Tom Gauquel, just because then you would have actually had 2 mixed doubles partnerships. So obviously Margot Lambert plays with Deschamps normally.
Just missed the sideline. Just a smidgen of drift in the arena, not a lot.
3, service fault 4, too high.
First of the day,
service over.
Called by service judge Xiamen Sarali of Mauritius. To serve from below 115 centimetres. Really has started well, it's got a lot of power.
5.
Yeah, and you can tell the Japanese, there's no doubt about it, they're a little bit tense out there, a little bit nervous, just don't have experience at this level, but something you know the Japanese are is solid and consistent and very, very good defences, and I would say, so I'm a little bit surprised how easily Deschamps has not only got the attack, but he's got through so far.
Because she defended the previous shot very well.
Service over. 4, 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a big challenge out here today for Jakob, 18 years old. That is very young for a European to be, representing their country at a massive event like this. Well read by Obara.
Service over. 6, 5.
Well, they were a bit lucky there, Japanese because they certainly weren't covering that. Had it been just short of the line rather than just over it. Piece of placement.
7, 6.
So there, got to be so careful when you're off balance as the male player in a partnership. Hit too hard, or hit to rackets, or don't get enough angle on the shuttle. We saw there in Deschamps.
So, first time that Hawkeye's been called on today. Challenge from the French pair. in. See whether part of that shuttle did contact the line or not.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. 8-6. Play.
Flies on these line judges even at 9:45 in the morning.
When you see a call like that, you know, in Hawkeye Trail, it's the outer perimeter of the line. And it's amazing, some of these line judges.
Entertaining rally, which will be no consolation to Fenghuang and Jacob.
9-7.
I do think Japan are kind of going through a bit of a reset and a start again, just as a whole nation, obviously losing the legendary Park Ji-won leaving, and some of the changes they've had in the structure and the coaching and the system. And work there from Vara at the net. Does the job so well, just keeps the shuttle going down, doesn't do anything crazy, and then partner gets the easy half-court chance. Shimogami can't really miss from there.
So a 4-point lead for the Japanese at the mid-game break.
Là pour l'instant, il a cherché point écarté. Derrière, ils arrivent à mettre beaucoup de pression et Greg, il a du mal à s'en sortir. Okay. Dès que tu arrives à contrôler un peu la vitesse, je crois que c'est très bien. Tu vas récupérer quasiment toute ton attaque. Si à un moment donné, tu vois, quand c'est un peu débordé sur le concours, contrôle, comment ça, essaie de faire. Et à chaque fois, dès que tu te débordes, tu attends plus longtemps. Ouais, ouais.
11-7. Play. Service over.
Don't think we'll see her miss too many of those, Habara.
11. Elsa.
Really good rally from the French there. Good work from the Champs. It's been quite impressive him, to be fair, so far. I haven't seen him play a lot. I've only seen a few tournaments, because I'd say he hasn't really played a lot of tournaments, but he's put in a good performance so far. Hasn't looked out of his depth at all.
Return there.
As I say, that is probably the worst rally he's played of the match so far.
12-9.
Bit of a loose serve there, and he's in big trouble.
Well, I don't think we should be too surprised. There's going to be the odd communication mix-up on the French side. It's a yours, mine, sorry moment for Deschamps and Jacob. Nice shot.
Yeah, good angle. Pull the pace out. Yes, he's got dangerous attacks. He's got good variation overhead, and he's obviously very tall, so he can get a good angle.
Thank you.
Well, staying in touch here, French pair.
13.
And this is a big thing. There's no way, I just don't feel the Japanese feel comfortable, confident in a game like this, just because they've got all the pressure on them. They're expected to win, and they don't have the kind of the experience at this level, really. It is very surprising to see a pair at their age.
14.
They're not obviously old,
11.
but they're older, as in 26, 27, to kind of be not coming from nowhere. But I haven't seen them play in a lot of tournaments. They haven't played a lot of high-level tournaments in Super 1000, 750s, the higher level, and to be representing Japan, who are one of the superpowers of badminton, in a major event like this.
Well, I was saying earlier with Shimogami, I mean, you don't tend to get too many international call-ups at 27.
Yeah, especially from the big Asian nations.
15-11.
This is the thing. I don't know where kind of both of them, as it were, they've been not hiding, but what's happened over the last couple of years. This is where the system in Japan is so good. Their club system. Great interception there at the net.
16-11.
Shimogami's also a good men's doubles player. Stepped in really well there. Great interception. Clever. And that's where I think when you're not a partnership and you're not quite sure what your partner's return is there. See if you chase there, as soon as there's any pace in the shuttle, it's impossible for your partner to come around and cover.
Service over. 12-17. Forward. Service forward. Too high. Service over. 18.
Won't do the conference any good, so one call against each pair now. Serving too high.
Undecided.
So Hawkeye's going to have a look at this, see whether this serve was short or not.
Light judge.
Smack on the line.
$19-12.
So starting to take control now. Shimigami and Habara, 8 game points. Well, a bit of a tame end. 21-12 in 17 minutes on court. It's first blood here to Japan.
En variation de retour de service, soit vraiment très fine, soit un challenge, elle, soit un petit peu plus fort que le centre. Si vous voulez écarter, vous l'annoncez à vos partenaires pour les côtés, pour pas vous prendre des balles dans le pied. Attention Greg, tu as manqué un petit peu de rigueur là sur la fin sur le contrôle. Tu as voulu réaccélérer un petit peu trop vite. Ce qui marchait très bien, et ce que tu fais très bien au début, c'est le contrôle proche du centre. On amène le jeu vraiment proche du centre. Il avance plus seulement. Il avance un petit peu plus. Retour de service, il faut faire aussi. Il la cale vraiment beaucoup. On a dit qu'on pouvait jouer aussi en volume. On n'hésite pas à le faire. On met un peu plus de hauteur. Si on commence à rentrer dans ce jeu-là et que toi tu es collé au fond, dégagement sur elle. Même si c'est en face de toi, cherche pas forcément le dégagement.
Ah mais je pense qu'il faut qu'on tourne plus vite quand même, sinon vu que la salle elle avance pas.
Ouais, mais une ou deux fois.
Oui,
Il n'y a pas de problème. Un slice, un dégagement sur elle et ensuite tu décides sur elle. La réponse n'est pas possible. Tu nous langues, tu mets beaucoup d'angle, c'est très bien. N'oublie pas, on peut essayer de viser l'épaule droite de la fille. Ça marche un peu plus haut, un peu plus fort.
Je pense qu'il y a quand même vachement là, mais sans croiser.
Second game. Novel. Play.
So, game 2. Did get the feeling, Chris, that Elsa Jakova started to come into the match a little bit more after a shaky start. Clearly got a bit of confidence there.
Yeah, and great first rally there. Like it's a comfortable kill, but you still got to put it away. And yeah, there's no doubt at the beginning of the match she was a bit nervous. I think even it is a big ask. You know, it was a long time ago, but I do remember back to my first, and I think I warmed up for about 2 hours. So I was that nervous. You know, the amount of energy I'd kind of gone through by the time I got on court, and it's just the first time you represent your country. It's such a big thing at a major championship like this.
And it is different, isn't it, than when you're just playing in what you might call a standard event, because there's that fear of I don't want to let my country down.
100%. You feel like, you know, the whole team is unified and you're all together, and you don't want to be the one that, you know, lost the match for the country, or you don't want to let anyone down, and it's a totally different experience. And you know, the more you practice any situation, if it is a team event situation, you know, if it is a semi-final of a major championship, whatever it is, the more times you kind of encounter it, obviously the better you get at dealing with the emotions, the feelings, everything about it. Lovely little poke at the tape there from Habara. She hasn't done much wrong really so far in this match. Great return. Push at the tape.
2-4.
You can see there when it clips the tape, you don't know where it's going. The amount of kind of twist and turn and tumble on the shuttle. God, the amount of times all players practice that for.
3-4.
piece of disguise that was from Habara.
Yeah, fantastic stop drop there.
6-3.
On this replay. It's so deceptive because obviously it looks so clearly like she is going to hit a smash. And the Japanese are so comfortable the other way around. Shimogami at the net and Habara at the back.
Service over. 4-6.
Well read
Service over.
from Shimogami.
7-4.
As soon as he puts pressure on him, he chases forward. And that one, and then he's just storming in. Easy put away. Open out more and defend more, but I do think they've got to try and make the court a bit bigger. I don't think the Japanese really have a really dangerous attack. I don't think Shimogami's got big dangerous weapons or loads of creativity from the back. Sometimes when they are defending, they're just almost inviting their opponents in by accident. For the Japanese.
8-5.
Yeah, they're really comfortable the other way around. Shimogami is good at chasing forward.
Looked like she got her hands in just an awkward position there with a racket, Jacob. So it's a big lead again for the Japanese pair at the mid-game interval, and apparently on course for a pretty straightforward victory in the first match of this tie. 11-5 they lead.
La deuxième chose, c'est à partir du moment où tu as fait une première défense là, le deuxième frappe que tu fais dans l'autre, tu enlèves le stress. Et c'est important, surtout quand tu es en face de lui. Celui, il attend que ça. Même si tu le ressens, au final,
que d'avancer, donc tu veux...
même si tu ressens qu'au final, il est prêt. Ça, c'est vraiment important. Les rigueurs aussi dans les côtés. Ok, on va.
Sayaka. 11-5. Play.
It's a better rally, to be honest, from the French. I think they can defend if they get Japanese on length, because, as I said before, to me, Xiamen, he doesn't have big power, he doesn't have a great angle or loads of creativity. He's good at coming in mid-court forwards. It's a lovely return.
Service over. 12-6.
Crazy thing is, he chases forward. Xiamen, almost like he's playing men's doubles there, because there's always a massive gap actually over him.
That was dispatched by Habara.
Service over. 13-7.
One side of the court, Shuffle almost landed apologetically in so much space.
And it's that big thing, it's that indecision. When you don't play together, you know, day in, day out, you have different kind of routines with different partners, and it just goes back to the point, I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure there's a valid reason why. Maybe he's injured. See, I've got a normal partner to start.
15-7.
Champs, he does have to be a little bit careful going cross-court when he's not in a very good position, just because Habara's defence is really good. When he did go cross there, he kind of opened up his partnership and put him in a little bit of trouble.
Service over. 9-16.
There on the left, if anybody thinks they recognise him, it's Carolina Marin's old coach, who's now in charge of the French Federation. A little bit of fortune, but there you've just got to go over him because he's fully committed to the net. Nice high cross-court lift, restart the rally. Goes back to the point I made. I think the French, they've almost been too keen to try and play flat in the mid-court around the net, just at the wrong time.
Yeah, just lost his swinging at the moment, Fenghuang, and this may not last too much longer.
Yeah, and it only takes 1 or 2 points of indecision, of doubt, and then you start to question everything. Is it mine? Do I go for it? Do I not? What shot's my partner playing? Again there, it's the communication between the two players.
19-10.
Obviously, Jakob there, she's got to keep a deeper base because her opponent can put pace in. That's the shot I'm talking about. And then they've got to cover each other side by side. But the shot there, where the shots went over, the Japanese are actually in trouble. Then they just didn't, the French, they weren't organised enough to cover each other.
And that excellent shot from Shimigami brings up 10 match points.
Service over. 11, 20.
Doing a good job of delaying the inevitable here.
Yeah, that's one of the better rallies the French have played. Everything about it was really good. Great angle, good kill.
That's that though, unfortunately for the French. 21-12 in the second game. A match that lasted just over half an hour. And a comprehensive victory for Yuichi Shimigami and Sayaka Habara. Just hope that Deschamps and Jacob will take something away from this match. We saw a couple of examples where there was clearly a lack of communication. Obviously not regular partners. But from the experience point of view, it's such a cauldron, so to speak. 18, I mean, they're not 18,000 in today, they will be at the weekend. But it's a big arena, you know, the TV cameras are here and photographers and all the media attention it gets around the world. It's not easy when you're young and inexperienced.
No, 100%, and it's a lot to take in, and it's so many aspects to take in. And you know, I think the French, maybe we didn't quite see the best of them today. The Japanese, I think, did their job very well, because also for them it's a big one, because quite old to be representing, as in for the early part of their Japanese kind of career, as it were, representing Japan. But yeah.
So the French lead 1-love. Next up, men's singles. Watanabe against Enagar Roy in just a moment. Well, a warm welcome back to Xiamen in southeastern China. 6 districts of the city, covering over 1,700 square kilometres. I don't think Shimigami and Habara had to cover much ground at all in that opening mixed doubles. Now we're moving on to the men's singles, featuring Koki Watanabe, ranked still inside the world's top 20, and 21-year-old Enagar Roy. Officials are on court, and as you can see, the players about to join them. And just a word that even if this match does go 3-love or 3-1, we will play all 5 of these matches, just because it may need matches won or even points won to separate nations at the end of the group stage. Once we get into the knockout, obviously, as soon as one country's won 3 matches, that's the end of it. So players now out in the arena, as you can see, and this should be, certainly on paper, by all obvious badminton official conclusions, it should be a fairly straightforward victory for Watanabe, but sport sometimes can be unpredictable. Didn't play yesterday, Enagar Roy. Nor did Watanabe, I mentioned at the start. None of the Japanese players involved today performed against Australia yesterday.
Hello. Hello. All right, come for the toss. Koki, I have black and red. What do you choose? Red. Black color for you. It's red. On my right side, what do you choose? I receive. You receive. You, Koki, you will serve.
It's funny actually, so many of the players have got little kind of mascot things attached to their bags.
Yeah, I think especially Japanese team seems to have a lot of them.
That waving cat is such a kind of universal symbol, isn't it? You go to Japan and they're everywhere.
Single line. Thank you.
So, Koki Watanabe, 26 years of age now. 16 in the world. He has been as high as number 11, and that was less than a year ago, only about 6 months ago actually. Actually won the BWF Most Promising Player of the Year back in 2019. Former World Junior Champion bronze medalist. And his biggest win came last year. Super 500 Canada Open, where he beat Alex Lanier in the final. Lanier had been playing phenomenally in that tournament. I remember watching that final. It was terrific. Enagar Roy is rather more modestly ranked. He's down at 84 in the world, the 21-year-old. 22 now, actually, my mistake. He's had odd kind of bits and pieces of form. He got to the semis in the Polish Open in March. Obviously, that's a lesser tournament. Quarter-final at the Portugal International a couple of weeks before that. But I think he's going to have his hands full here against the experienced Japanese. He's probably experienced enough, though, Enagar Roy, Chris. He's not going to be intimidated by the fact he's got Watanabe on the side of the net.
No, I mean, the great thing about this game is, for Enagar Roy, he's an improving player, no doubt about it. He's training, obviously, with Alex Lanier on a regular basis, and Merkel, but he hasn't played players of this caliber. He hasn't played, you know, top 20 player in the world, because he hasn't played the big tournament, so it's going to be a great chance for him to really know his level.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Japan, represented by Koki Watanabe. And on my left, France, represented by Enagar Roy. Japan to serve, level, play.
Start there. Watanabe.
Roy around the court.
And then absolutely pinpoint precision to win the rally. Sho Sasaki there, the black tracksuit. He was a fantastic men's singles player himself.
the lady with the mop who just came on might be quite busy in this first game. You can see Watanabe having Roy diving all over the place. Settling down a little bit.
Yeah, lovely little hold. Steps in, turns his body in his racket, totally deceives his opponent. Again, yeah, you know, this is one of the big things when you have a challenge like this for Hennegat Roy, where he's playing, you know, a player that he hasn't played in the past, as in a player of this caliber, is how quickly he can settle into the match. And after the first two rallies, I was thinking, how long is it going to take? But wow, next two rallies, brilliant. Exciting thing for France, especially in the men's singles, because obviously now we've had the Popovs performing to a high level for the last, let's say, 18 months, even 2 years. But they're not based in Inset where the national centre is, but obviously Alex Lanier shining now very bright. In the last 12 months he's become from a good player to a phenomenal player. And Roy's obviously training with him on a very regular basis. I think it's giving the whole squad that extra bit of belief. Been a very impressive start to this match.
Yeah, 4 points in a row now for the Frenchman.
And he's played them really well. He hasn't been given them. And again. He's surprised everyone a little bit here with his start. Incredible. I actually had the pleasure of one of my first tournaments with France, coaching Hennegat Roy. He's a really nice lad. He's got quite an interesting story where he kind of grew up in Malaysia, speaks very, very good English, can understand a bit of Malay as well. Wow. What's going on here?
I don't think Watanabe was expecting this, was he?
I don't think anybody was.
World number 16, Watanabe, remember. Roy 84. If you didn't know, you'd have it the other way around of what we've seen so far.
No doubt about it. Hennegat Roy's playing to a high level. He's competing in every rally. Okay, yes, he made an unforced error there, but we can accept that for one rally. But the big question for me is, can he maintain how he's playing right now? Truly incredible start. He's controlling the rallies. The first two rallies, yes, okay. He didn't. Since then, he's really come alive. If this lead can grow, the pressure's just going to mount on Watanabe.
From the Japanese, and he needs to get going quickly here. It's the flying Frenchman.
Did the forehand push up the line. Hennegat Roy just slightly the wrong shot. read that so well there. Tanabe played a good net shot, held a high base. Yeah, you can see how high his base stays. Yeah, net shot's a bit loose, but reads it really well. Lovely kill.
Point of view, because he worked that really well. The previous shot was probably harder than the one he missed, actually.
Just slightly overdid it. Got to say, I think Roy's improved so much around his body. Last time, 6 months ago, last time I saw him play properly, and such a big part of men's singles now, where people are putting so much pressure around the body, it's hard to get the shuttle away.
So 3 points in a row for Watanabe.
How did he get that? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He was sent the wrong way. It looked like he was down and out, and somehow he managed to pick it up. But he didn't quite see it because it was just before then when he almost went the wrong way. Nice building shot, gets another chance. Great put away. This is something though that Tanabe is so good at, almost grinding his opponent down, breaking him down. At the moment though, Anigat Roy playing to such a high level for him. Just missed it, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Did everything right.
7-9.
It could easily be 11-5 here, because he's missed a couple of very presentable opportunities, Roy. But he'd set up for himself after really good play in a lengthy rally. He's getting the better of Watanabe. Just has to be a little more accurate. You know, the Japanese probably only going to improve.
You can't get up from that, yeah, this is the big thing. You know, when you play a top 20 player for the, let's say, the 10th time, you're kind of used to the style of the player or the speed or whatever aspect it is they excel in. But this is one of his, Anigat Roy's first actual experiences playing against a player of this caliber. Obviously, day in, day out, he will train with Alex Lenier, who's 10 in the world, but it's a bit different when you train with a teammate in, you know, your favoured sports or stadium, wherever you exactly train in. When you play in a massive tournament like this against someone, this is why I'm so impressed with the level that he's come out with so far. France have invested a lot of money into the science behind, let's say, the physical components of badminton, which is obviously a very sensible thing to do, and it's going to be interesting to see. We're already 10 minutes in, and it's, you know, 10-8, so it's going to be a grueling game because we're having long rallies, very, very competitive. It's going to be interesting to see if Roy physically can maintain the speed and what he's showing this early part of the match.
So Watanabe's pulled himself level. Roy made the early running. And this is the final point before the mid-game break. Just long. Some of the net play actually from both men has been of the highest order in this match so far.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's difficult to see it on camera just because the angle of the camera, how tight and how much spin and tumble and turn the shuttle actually has at the net. It takes a lot of skill to be able to do that, moving as fast as they're moving.
Après, en attaque, il faut pas surjouer dans l'attaque en follow-up.
C'est surtout follow-up, je trouve.
Voilà.
En attaque, ça va là pour l'instant.
Tu peux même arriver et pas faire un kill, mais faire un bloc et assumer qu'il faut continuer. Voilà. Ok. Allez, on est parti. Allez.
Let's go.
11-10. Play.
It's really important here now. Roy doesn't allow his opponent to just stretch away. So you can feel the momentum of the game is slightly changing.
Nailed that one.
Didn't know if we were going to get a challenge there. See that last lift, a bit short. It was that lovely reverse shot before from Roy that set it up. Brilliant. Stepped in so well there, Watanabe. I do feel Watanabe now, he's trying to stamp his authority on this game. Really well. That was just lovely. See it catches the tape. 16 minutes in and it's been brilliant. Especially from this man. And they get Roy.
That's a canny leave as well from the Frenchman.
14-13.
This think that there was this bigger gulf in the world ranking, you know, and they get Roy ranked 84 in the world.
Yeah, 68 places between them.
Right now, there's nothing at all really between them in the level. Mistakes. And Watanabe just sneaking in.
Chair umpire Latif Jabari just telling Roy to hold off on the celebration until the line judges called it out, but that was so far wide.
I mean, that's the thing, and you can't alter the line judges' decision in regards to by celebrating too early in that situation, because even I'm not very good at making the calls from here, could see that one was clearly wide. Good rally there.
It's an intriguing match, this.
It is, it's great. It really is. I mean, if this level continues, this is going to be an absolute marathon match. Just coming up to the 20-minute mark. At this point in our first game, we were nearly halfway through the second game of the mixed doubles.
Points where Watanabe's looked to have the ascendancies on top in the rally, and Roy finds a way to get out of the situation and turn the initiative and the momentum round. Got a few problems still, Watanabe here.
I think there was maybe just a tiny bit of indecision if he could have got round the head, or he should have played a backhand. Just that slight delay. 17 all. Can't tell which way it's going to go.
was wrong. Well, that was who was going to challenge this, I think maybe because he can, rather than a genuine belief that the ball was incorrect. But that was almost a bite a bit, because Watanabe was desperately fighting to stay in that point. And found a way eventually, unless this is overturned, which looks unlikely. Yeah, very unlikely.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. 18-17. Play.
He's even surprised himself there, I think, a little bit.
Absolute perfection.
Look how low he takes that, and yeah, that's magic.
So, is it the case that Watanabe's going to get himself out of jail here, right at the business end of this opening game?
Roy, anything around his body is sharp.
Chance, and he's let Roy right back in here.
Turbo mode then. Watanabe, he went so fast in that rally.
Game point. Squander an opportunity.
And that's the first time in the whole match where we've seen a real generous gift given. Lots of time to do it.
Second guessed him.
Absolutely brilliant.
And having saved the game point after that errant serve from Watanabe, Roy now has one of his own.
That's crazy, I think, yeah. Literally a few rallies ago. Good pressure.
Second chance then for the Frenchman.
think we're going to see quite a lot of pressure on this return of serve now. Good pick up.
Great rally this.
What a rally. What a rally. This has been such a good first game. 27 minutes of brilliance so far.
So Watanabe in spectacular style saves another game point. Locked together again at 22 all.
I think we've literally just had one rally that hasn't been really good. That was that set point from Watanabe when he served out.
Performance, and look at the little celebration routine. 24-22. Huge shock potentially on the cards here, because the world number 84 leads the world number 16, Koki Watanabe, by 1 game to love.
level, play.
Would imagine it would have come as a bit of a shock to Watanabe's system, the way that Roy played in that first game. Once Hawkeye to check it. Actually was right initially with Enegar Roy's age. He is only 21. He's 22 next Monday. There's too many of those from Watanabe.
Service over. 1-2.
Roy showed him in the first game that if he makes those unforced errors, he's more than capable of punishing him, and he did exactly that in the first game.
Silver, 3-1.
First, you know, some of his better performances have been a semi-final of a challenge tournament, which, you know, if you win that, it's 4,000 points, and we're talking about a player who he's playing against who's winning Super 500s, you know, finals of much higher level tournaments where he's winning 9,000 points, and the difference is quite vast. So if you're going to get Roy, that first game was truly exceptional.
Silver, 2-4.
Come on.
Tanabe did really well to read it. It's loose, so he had a lot of time to read it. Brilliant there. So calm and composed. Shot quality. Last 3-4 shots there in that rally from Tanabe was so good. That first game, it took a lot out, and again, you know, physically, emotionally, everything. And
just about to say, he looks a little weary.
But this is the thing; it might be 2%, but it's 2% at this level is quite a lot. And also, when you do just get a little bit of fatigue, your shot choice, your decision making, it can just literally it goes a fraction. But that's all it takes. It's the highest level in the world, and 2%, 3% is the difference in winning and losing. Obviously, in that first game, if he was 2% less, Well, he maybe didn't win it. I do think it's been a combination, a little bit of Henniger. He hasn't quite found that same level, only just than the first, but Tonabee now he has raised his level. Now he's gone up a whole gear. Sounds that he doesn't panic. And he just keeps playing the rallies. There, I think he's just forcing it too early. Play the rally, wait for the opening.
That was on the line as well. So running away with this at the moment, Watanabe, the second game. Messing around. 11-2 mid-game break, and that seemed to take no more than 3 or 4 minutes after such an elongated opening game. Watanabe right back in this.
Sur ce set. Et on repart sur troisième à la fin. Mais c'est dur. Ouais, c'est le bas. Ouais, je sais. Il faut pousser. Là, je vais me conserver. J'essaie de trouver la bonne longueur, comme ça au troisième, j'y vais à fond.
Sinon, il y a des fois où on n'arrive pas à trouver un bon feeling, on passe, on fait des passages dans le vide. C'est normal, ça arrive à tout le monde. Des fois où il faut gagner en jouant, en remontant les volants.
Il faut faire des jambes.
11-2. Play.
It's almost like Watanabe saying to Roy, you had the temerity to win a game against me. Right now you're going to see the real Watanabe.
And yeah, you know, that's what I said, it doesn't take a lot to totally transform a game. Now the big difference is, you know, trying to get in the first, he was competing every single rally, and now it's just a fraction off. That's all it is. But now everything seems complicated because he's doubting everything, he's not sure, he doesn't really know where it's going. And this is why it is a big challenge. When your level just slightly drops against an absolutely world-class player.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Australia.
This is where, you know, a really experienced player would, you don't panic. It's a combination of two things. Your level's dropped slightly, your opponent's has improved, but you won the first game, so it's not the end of the world. Just got to make sure before you start the third you feel comfortable again.
Pretty sure this is about 11 minutes to hear for this second game, including the 1 minute break.
And And the other thing to think about is only Hennegat Roy knows how much he's got to give, as in how physically fatigued he is. Is he trying to just play some very quick rallies in this second game?
That last point ended a run of 13 successive points for the Japanese. Beautifully guided onto the line again.
17-3.
Here we're not seeing kind of any rallies at all. It's a case of sort of do or die, as in he's just going for it. When you're this far down, the chance of coming back is obviously very slim, and does he want to expend any more energy when the big focus will be the third game?
That's a good shot.
4-18.
Game and the second game. Every rally in the first game was kind of a grueling, long rally, and we barely had any long rallies in the second game. It's
19-6.
Very short, sharp.
So 14 game points here for Watanabe to get back on terms. And he does very confidently. So 21-6 after a first game that lasted pretty much half an hour. That one has whizzed by, and we're all set up for a decider. One game more.
Modifie un peu le retour, ok? Donc je veux pas que tu serres tout le temps comme ça. Tu le serres de temps en temps. Quand ça va devenir chaud, je le serre. Et tu peux le alterner. Mais tu sais maintenant que tu as des chances de se matcher là. Maintenant, si tu joues au centre, quand tu fais des coups comme ça vers le bas, un peu plus profond, ou tu croisé au filet. Ah oui, ok. Croisé au filet. Ok. Il faut des amortis, croisé au filet. Il va prendre le filet. Ouais, mais tu retrouves si tu as fait des diagonales, de toute façon il va commencer à... Ok. Attention quand il arrive au filet côté revers. Ouais. Est-ce que ça serait pas bien de jouer un peu, genre au lieu du centre, un peu en deux, un peu plus fort aussi pour faire le truc naturel?
Yamaguchi just practicing. She's on next. And she'll be hoping that Watanabe continues this comeback. He's going to start this decider.
Lovely placement on the overhead. You know, the big question we asked, kind of towards the very end of the first game, was just, Hennigat Roy's played the first game probably one of the best games, individual games he's maybe ever played, and could he keep that level? And obviously in the second he couldn't quite, but what we're going to see in this third, we're going to see a version of the first game or the second game. Mistakes, just sneaking in.
Front challenges.
Well, it's called out and looked like it did miss the line, but Roy wants to have a look, or wants Hawkeye to, on his behalf.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those situations there where I think Hennigat Roy's seen what he wants to see, or what he hopes to see, because he looked adamant it was in.
Well wide.
Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. 3-1. Play.
Pulled bad as well.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's quite a big difference. The second game and the third game so far from the first game. The first game is, you know, I've not seen every match Roy's play, but I've seen quite a few, and the level he played in the first game in this match was truly incredible and kind of a long way above what I think anybody would have expected. It shows he's got that in him. This is it now that Tanabe's not having to do a lot to win these points. He's just being solid, working hard, and he's kind of getting quite a lot of gifts, easy points now. And again, the hardest bit when Hennigat Roy, when his level just only slightly dropped in the second, and then Tanabe's level increased, and now he's just finding it difficult to get his rhythm back, his momentum back.
Well, he got plenty of power into that, Roy.
See, after the rally, he's just telling himself he's got to stay calm. Can't get too excited. There's a lot of emotion after that rally. If you're only tuned in now to this match and you say, how did Hennigat Roy win the first? And it wasn't that Watanabe didn't play well, it was just, you know, Hennigat Roy played well above his expected level, or kind of the level I'd seen him play at before. He played such a good first game. He just hasn't been able to maintain it, and this is the big thing about young players. It's amazing that he's shown the ability he does have, but maintaining that level on a consistent basis is it's the really complicated bit, and this is why his opponent is ranked so high in the world, because he can maintain that level.
Well, he did all the hard work there, Watanabe, and then that loose shot at the end effectively turned the whole point on its head.
Yeah, he chose the wrong shot there. That's brilliant control from there for Roy, and he got up quick as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Zelda 9-3. It's okay.
Pick up.
Stunning play from Watanabe.
Yeah, lovely, and even that finish, so cool and calm.
Can you check?
And it does, you know, it does look like, because he's getting pulled everywhere, that even that rally, it kind of sums it up. He is getting tired. He spotted it kind of early-ish in the second. He gave so much in that first game. Got to give full credit to this man on camera here. Losing that first game, he could have kind of got tense. He could have got apprehensive. He could have overanalyzed things, but he didn't. Second game really cool and calm, and sadly the same in his third game.
So a huge lead for Watanabe, 11-3 at the mid-game break.
Avec toi-même d'abord, parce que en ce moment, t'es en mode gambling, tu vois. C'est pas possible. Bah, c'est dommage parce que ça fait un super bon set. On continue là. Putain, faut qu'on change là. Alors, c'est pas, on peut pas jouer grand terrain. Non, pour éviter le grand terrain, il faut vraiment jouer dans l'entre-jeu. Et puis quand il y a le volant sur la ligne de fond. J'ai une question, quand je joue entre-jeu, il me repousse souvent quand t'es coup droit ou revers. Tu joues à plat, fort. Ok, tu joues à plat. Ça revient fort. Peut-être. Peut-être que croiser. N'importe quoi. Oui.
11-3. Play.
This looks to be in complete control of the situation now, the Japanese. It's taken him the best part of an hour to wrestle the initiative away from the Frenchman.
Just there, slightly the wrong shot. And then go Roy, you can see Tanabe was ready for it. Roy actually then put himself in trouble. It's a huge, huge ask now. Let's try and find a way back from this. Again there, he's actually taken that quite early and he's in a good position, Roy, but he's just trying too much. He's trying to play too tight. He's just got to think about consistently putting Watanabe in trouble, getting him out of position, increasing the space on the court.
Sansoda 6-14.
There's a lovely spin net there. Full control.
Yeah, there's almost a semi-defeatist slant to Roy's body language now. But as I said, it's taken Watanabe the best part of an hour to make his supremacy actually tell on the scoreboard. He's put under real pressure early in this match.
And the big thing is the difference between, let's say, the first game and the second, or the first and the third, it's just the level of Roy. Roy was so good, he really was in the first game. Watanabe's level has increased, but only slightly. This is the thing, Roy's first game is just so good. His level has dropped quite a lot.
Almost toying with him at times now, isn't he, Watanabe?
This is the big thing, though, that you can get with experience. You figure out how to make it work on a more consistent basis. So for Roy here, you know, this is one of his first challenges where he's played a real world-class player, and in the first game competed. Second and third, it's been a lot more challenging, but if you can learn from this and take this forward. What? Did that go over now? For a second there, I thought that sneaked over, I was going to say. That was incredible.
Sansoda 8-18. Thank you. Yes.
Right.
That's a great rally. And that's what he was seeing in the first game. It's one of the first times where he's put pressure on his opponent in this third game. Good. Great backhand drive. Steps in. Resurgence now.
10-18.
Well, he's still fighting admirably. Gonna go right. Gonna just hoist the white flag. He's gonna make Watanabe work for this, for the 2 points he needs. And that lovely winner sets up 10 match points.
20, match point 11.
Well, for a long while, the result was in doubt. He is challenging this, Roy, but I don't think he's going to get any joy. But for half an hour, he was really giving Watanabe some problems. I think a combination of tiredness and Watanabe just regrouping a little bit kind of saw the natural order of things restored. So the victory is confirmed. 21-11 in the deciding game. That said, though, Chris, I think Roy can look back on his performance in the first game in particular with real pride.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's got to take the positives from this experience and from this match. He's played a world-class player, and in the first game he was at his level. And then he just found it a lot more difficult in the second and third, where his level dropped. But he's, you know, it's great experience. One of the first times he's played a world-class player, and for half an hour he was at that level. Just couldn't sustain it, which we often see with some younger players without the experience at a higher level.
So, confirmation of that scoreline. Watanabe wins 22-24, 21-6, 21-11. See that short 14-minute game in the middle. Total time, 1 hour and 4 minutes. We're going to switch the emphasis to the women when we come back. The world number 4, Akane Yamaguchi, will be centre stage, taking on Anna Tatranova. That's next. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025, coming to you live from Xiamen in China, a city which has a population of just over 5 million people. Just the 2 courts in play now, which is an opportune moment for me to remind you that we do have live coverage also from court 2. Yamaguchi and Tatranova just getting the call.
the lines of the field.
See the officials just lined up behind them. That's actually for our other court. The officials for court 1 already in position. So, arguably the star turn of the Japanese team, Akane Yamaguchi, about to make her entrance into the arena along with Anna Tatranova of France, and here they come.
Akane Yamaguchi representing Japan versus Anna Tatranova representing France.
下面有一样双塞拉比来自毛里求斯，换人裁判侯维纳来自中国香港。
Empire Ceremony from Wuxi, Service girl Victor Wong from Hong Kong, China.
Hello. Hello. France, red or black, what do you choose? Red, black for you. Red, your choice. Serve. Akane, which side? This side. Thank you.
Well, we thought the previous men's singles would be very straightforward. It proved anything but. On paper, this looks an incredibly tough ask for the young Frenchwoman Anna Tatranova against one of the best players on the planet in the women's game, Akane Yamaguchi. Four in the world now, but she has been at the top of the tree for the first time back in April of 2018. Double world champion, player of the year in 2022, and 18 World Tour titles, including the Japan Open and the Japan Masters last year. So that's the measure of the task for this woman, Anna Tatranova. 21 years of age, ranked way down, as you can see, at 87th in the world from Montpellier. Didn't play yesterday. Just wondering, Chris, what kind of a pep talk the coach gave her when she came out, before she came out, because such a daunting task against this woman.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a humongous challenge now. I mean, for Anna, she hasn't played, you know, the highest level tournaments. She hasn't been exposed to the world's best, and she hasn't played anyone of this caliber. So this is, you know, this is a massive, massive challenge. We saw in the last game, and Roy, it's similar-ish, maybe not quite as big a tussle, because Yamaguchi, as you identified, she is one of the, you know, she's one of the greats. She's one of the very, very best the world's had for the last probably 10 years almost. Saw Anna in this first game play incredible. Now, can Anna recreate that? I'm not sure, because this is, you know, such a challenge. If she can compete, this will be a good performance from a young, very young French player.
Yeah, French Federation made the decision to send a group of very young players here. If you are just joining us, there's neither of the Popov brothers are here, nor is Alex Lanier. Xiamen and Delru, their excellent mixed doubles pair, they're not here either. So they're basically using this as an opportunity to blood the youth players for tomorrow.
represented by Akane Yamaguchi. And on my left, France, represented by Anna Tafranova. France to serve, la ball, play.
Just missed it. Looks like she's enjoying herself out there though. Tafranova in the early moments here. Doesn't look fazed by the occasion. She'll be a lot happier when she gets her first point on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, when you're in a situation like this, you're almost desperate just to get that first point and kind of settle the nerves and feel a bit more comfortable out there. Also, obviously, her first match in this amazing arena, getting used to the conditions. Same for Yamaguchi, but Yamaguchi's got so much experience that it doesn't matter what the conditions are, she'll be fine. Interesting thing is, it's only her third actual competitive tournament of the year. A lot of the Japanese players haven't played a lot of tournaments because they've had this big reshuffle and changing how the structure works with the Japanese Federation.
Yamaguchi at her best.
Yeah, and then in form, Yamaguchi's not who you want to play, to be honest. Doesn't give you anything. She's got such a good defense. It's so hard to win the point against her.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's ever been a player at 5'1" who's covered so much of the court. Just so quick.
Yeah, another amazing trait that she has is when she's in trouble and out of position or having to take the shuttle late, the quality that she can still produce in her shots is quite outstanding.
Impeccable judgment from Yamaguchi. Right onto the junction of back line and sideline, and this has been something of a exhibition so far for those in the crowd to enjoy. I don't think Tafranova's enjoying it very much.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a masterclass, to be honest, from a phenomenal player in Yamaguchi. And, you know, Tafranova's now at a point where she's going to be feeling even more tense, even more nervous, even more uncomfortable, because she hasn't managed to settle because this lady on camera here has just been too good.
So she's yet to win a point. 11-love mid-game break, and here's where the French coaches will earn their money.
About the same.
quand tu es en retrieving là, d'aller jouer tendu sur son fond de court courant. C'est là où elle est super forte. Donc si tu peux te donner du temps, ça va beaucoup de volume sur le fond de court courant. Et là, une fois aller la chercher en défavorable, c'est vraiment 2 fois de suite sur son fond de court revers. Une fois qu'elle est ici. Okay, c'est là où tu vas pouvoir interpréter ou alors mettre du stick ou alors interpréter du côté. Peut-être un peu plus de... Tu vois, quand tu fais ton retour service au milieu du demi-terrain.
Well, I think Yamaguchi would have very happily carried on there without any break. She just wanted to keep going. But I'm sure Tatranova was glad of it. Anyhow, the Frenchwoman desperately trying to get on the board still here. There we go. And she's done it in style as well with a fine winner.
You do start to get to a point where you actually think it's not possible to win a point. You know, you start to think I've got to do something absolutely phenomenal to win a point. Hopefully now she'll just feel that a bit more comfortable and get into a bit more of a rhythm, because we haven't seen the best version of Tatranova yet at all. There we go. That's 2 great rallies now.
Well, whatever those coaches said at the mid-game breaks clearly had the desired effect.
Great shot. It was a very, very short serve, but incredible precision there from Yamaguchi.
Same with all the top players. When Yamaguchi misjudged that, which fell in, she looked absolutely disgusted with herself.
That is one of her super strengths, her ability to read the shuttle, as in where it's going, but also her ability to determine, you know, is it in, is it out. Deceptive stop drop, but the slower one makes her opponent move the full distance. Softer one. That was going out. And it is tough because when you kind of get thrown in at the tiger's mouth, as it were, as in, you know, in the deep end of the pool, as Tatranova has here. The start of it can be such a challenge to kind of even battle or cope or deal with how tough this challenge is.
And of course, if as expected Yamaguchi does win this match, that will secure the tie as well for Japan, because they'll have an unassailable 3-love lead. Tachanova.
Yamaguchi read that so well. Puts her opponent in trouble, steps up, high base, takes it early. Impossible for Tachanova to be able to chase that down. We had that little patch, obviously, where Tachanova managed to find her level and had that run of, I think she won sort of 3 points out of 4, as it were. And it looked like, was that going to be the start of something? And then Yamaguchi just says no, basically.
Yeah. She got 3 points in a row. She played those 2 lovely winners, but now 16 game points for the world number 4. Well, one-sided wouldn't do it justice. Tremendous reactions there, that last point.
And that's the tough thing there, because Tachanova's played another good rally, but Yamaguchi pulled an absolute bit of magic out there.
Badminton rabbit out the hat.
Yeah.
And 21-4, she wins the opening game in just 11 minutes.
Qu'on rentre dans le, tu fais 100% un peu de la même chose, et du coup des fois il faut que tu varies justement ton slice, et bien au lieu de toujours fixer. En gros c'est, elle a tendance plus à neutraliser, en dégagement ou en lob tu peux jouer au centre, tu vois, neutraliser, et en fait c'est à quel moment tu vas décider de changer ton rythme par les dégagements ou par des double lifts et des trucs, tu vois. C'est au moment où tu peux faire ça qu'il faut aller plus vite et la surprendre.
Pas trop ok là.
Parce que toi tu penses qu'il faut plus...
J'ai l'impression d'être un peu en réaction.
Et d'être plus passif sur tes attaques.
Second game, level, play.
Obviously the score in the first game was very one-sided. And the other complex issue for Tachanova is it was such a quick game, 11 minutes. I'm not really sure she ever felt comfortable. Never kind of got going. She couldn't really even rally with Yamaguchi in that first game. Taekwondo, who was a phenomenal player. I think he was an Olympic gold medalist, and I got absolutely destroyed, you know. And I remember back to that, and it's kind of an eye-opener in regards to you learn so much from a match like that and how far away you are from one of the better players in the world. I was only 18 at the time, and no matter what ends up happening in this match, but hopefully, you know, Tachanova can use this to kind of spur her on and realise, let's say, at the gulf just at the moment between herself and, you know, one of the very best in the world, she can learn from it and use it for experience.
Well, it's just more of the same, isn't it, from Yamaguchi at the start of this second game.
And the difficult thing is, when you play a player of this caliber, at the moment, Tachanova's just struggling to rally, as in stay in the rallies. That it's such a quick game. We're not really having any rallies of any sort. We're at 14 minutes and, you know, Yamaguchi is kind of storming through the match. have not been quite as strong as some of the other categories that they have, because they have had European gold medalists in ladies doubles, mixed doubles. Obviously, this year at the Europeans, they won the men's singles and the men's doubles. That's lovely from Yamaguchi, but it's ladies singles where they have struggled. They had Fenghuang, who was world class, but that was some time ago now, and except for her, they haven't had another world class ladies singles player. Because due to the singles coach in France, I'm sure it's an area he's working hard to try and rectify.
Playing with a really Yamaguchi. Tatranova just can't quite up on the world number 4.
And it's just consistently good shot quality from Yamaguchi, that net shot. Just very tight, and you could see Tatranova's having to move the full distance of the court, having to control her body weight. And when the shuttle's that tight, it's such a challenge.
Missed that one. I mean, yeah, you're right to say we've only been playing for what, barely a quarter of an hour, but I think Tatranova, she's done a lot of running in that quarter of an hour, chasing the shuttle around the court.
Yeah, and the tough thing is though, sometimes when the challenge is too big, which at the moment that's what it looks like, and what I mean is, when you do play a tournament of a level slightly above your level, or you play a tournament considerably above your level, it's hard because how much can you learn when the gulf is that big, and I would say at the moment it probably just feels like a bit of a nightmare out there for Tatranova, just because, you know, Yamaguchi's been really good. She's been very composed, hasn't really put a foot wrong. And it can be hard to learn when the gulf is quite as big as this, because it almost feels impossible.
Just going through the full repertoire of shots, Yamaguchi. Lovely piece of deception, never getting there, Tatranova.
That's a lovely net shot from Tatranova, and the thing is, we've seen a few glimpses of what she can do. It's just she's really struggled because this lady has just controlled the game, you know, 98% of the match, she's totally dominated. Her, and this is what she can do. I think she's just maybe the occasion. There's a lot going on. It's just been a really difficult match for her so far. That was a great rally though from Tatranova.
Well done.
Yeah, brilliant. And this is the thing, we saw this in the first, she had that run of 3 points where she looked like a different player. Last 2 rallies again, we're seeing the glimpse of it. Even there, big trouble, lovely turn.
Yeah, I don't think Yamaguchi thought that was coming back. That's a great serve too.
Yeah, and again, she's had another little run here. Now this will just give her that little bit of confidence, just to feel a bit more comfortable.
So 5 points in a row for the French woman here. That's where the little mini comeback ends there, when Yamaguchi with a 4-point lead at the mid-game break.
descend un peu trop.
Ouais, exactement, un peu plus profond. C'est comme ça, là, au lieu
pas de dégagement.
Voilà, profond, et tu arrives plus vite sur la zone avant, et là tu peux créer des choses. Deuxième chose, on reprend la situation, il faut essayer de la trouver sur le dos, il faut le provoquer, avec ce double dégagement notamment. Et ensuite, quand tu veux changer ton rythme, je pense que tu seras beaucoup plus à l'aise en côté coup droit, ici tu es plus à l'aise à partir. Et ici, en fait, elle arrive bien à trouver sur le dos. Et ici, soit, en gros, il faut que tu en dégages. C'est pas facile, on met du poids au volant, mais il tente pas tes longueurs.
Service over. 8-13.
Standing on ceremony there either, Yamaguchi. It's a long week, the Sudirman Cup. It's actually 8 days of action, and although clearly the stronger teams don't play the same players in every tie, it still will be a grueling event. If you go the distance.
100%. It's also, it sounds crazy, but the emotion, as in, you know, it's such an extreme team environment. Even the players that are, you know, watching, you might not be playing that day, but there's a lot of adrenaline going through, and from cheering, and you know, it's an exciting match.
Good reaction. Sachanova when that came off the net, but couldn't do anything with that.
16-8.
Especially a country like, you know, like Denmark in the singles categories for the men's singles, without Victor Axelsen here, one of the stars. Obviously they've got Anders Andersen, who's also a major star. But having those two, it just would have given them that extra luxury of being able to swap them in.
Well, it didn't really have to go that close to the line with that, Yamaguchi. Pretty much rooted to the spot, Sachanova, but the Japanese put it wide.
It's brilliant from Yamaguchi.
Service over. 17-9.
sides of the court there, having to cover the full distance.
Thank you. Service over. 10-80.
I don't think that Catranova's going to be out there for too much longer. She probably doesn't want to be, you know. It's been a bit of a humbling experience, this. And here are a whole clutch of match points, 10 of them.
Match point 10.
And it only took 26 minutes. 21-10 in the second game, and an exhibition really at a huge golfing class between Yamaguchi and Catanova. Japan will have far tougher tests ahead.
Match won by
obviously.
Japan, 21-4,
Still
21-10.
smarting a bit from not having won the Sudirman Cup 2 years ago, when we had a glorious opportunity and rather blew it with the men's doubles. However, all you can do is beat the players that are on the other side of the net. Yamaguchi's done that and done it extremely convincingly. Could have put that wherever she liked.
I know it was jovial there, which was nice to see from Yamaguchi, but I think that's the most emotion I've ever seen after a match from her.
21-4, 21-10, and 26 minutes confirmed as the official match time. Up next, we're going to concentrate on the men's doubles. It's Midakura and Yamashita up against Kato and Renoir when you come back. Welcome back to China and to Xiamen, a city that can trace its history back some 2,000 years. Actually ranked as China's most romantic leisure city, I was reading. Some very nice beaches, 5 bridges that link the island part of the city to the mainland. Back inside the hall, we can confirm that Japan have won the tie with an unassailable 3-love lead, but we carry on, of course, and it's men's doubles. Midorikawa and Yamashita up against Katoen and Lucas Renoir.
对阵来自法国的瓦尔考伦卢斯雷诺昂。
So Japanese pair leading the way. It's quite an interesting match this, Chris, because obviously Yamashita, probably more known as a mixed doubles player. And Midorikawa, who we sort of most known playing with Matsu Saito.
I think, to be honest with you, the Japanese will be too solid for the French. So it is a great experience, though, again, for the French young lads. Had their biggest success recently at the European Championships, making the quarter-final.
Good for them. You want the toss? You got to receive?
So let's have a look in a bit more detail then at these four players. It's men's doubles. Starting with the French pair, it's Mado Catois, 21 years of age. As Chris was saying, got to the quarter-finals of the European Championships only last month. Actually been going deep in some smaller events. The final of the Portugal International, lost in the final of the Swedish Open in January. There's Lucas Renoir, also 21. Didn't have a great day yesterday, these two. Lost in straight games in just 29 minutes to Go and Izzadin of Malaysia. And on the other side of the net, Hiroki Midorikawa. Has been ranked obviously much higher in the mixed doubles. 9 with Matsu Saito. Playing at the age of 7. He's got a sports science degree, Midorikawa, and there's Yamashita.
Ready to play?
4 international events, including a couple last year in Australia and New Zealand. Actually won a World Championship bronze in mixed doubles a few years back with Noah Shinoya, and does have a Sudirman Cup bronze 2 years ago in the collection as well. But as I said earlier, that still really stings when they knew they should have been in the final, should have taken down the defending champions China. It didn't happen. Trying again 2 years on.
Ladies and gentlemen, on our right, France, represented by Mile Gatwan and Luca Gonua. And on my left, Japan, represented by Hiroki Midorikawa and Koihei Yamashita. Japan to serve Hiroki Midorikawa to Luca Gonua. Love all. Play.
So underway in this men's doubles.
Japanese, they play a very simple style, but their discipline is exceptional. They'll give their opponents nothing. They're more than happy to lift and defend. They got solid defenses. Move there from the French.
Service over. 1-all.
fantastic angle and placement on that overhead. And this is the big thing for the French. With just power, they're not going to get through because the Japanese do have solid defences, but shots like that, that's incredible placement. See there the coach, Fenghuang, actually a Malaysian player. He was very, very, very good player. Coaching in Japan for quite a long time, and as far as I understand, he's now in charge of the men's doubles group in Japan. Japanese, they play such a simplistic game. Don't really do anything too creative, but they just don't give you anything. They always play the simple shot, but to a good quality on a consistent basis.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Yamashita.
Japanese, a very new partnership, only 7 tournaments, but in that very short time together, they have beaten the current Olympic gold medalist Wang Qilin, beaten him a few times actually. Also the current world number 2s, Go and Izadin. And also one of the Olympic silver medalist, Wang Chan. So they've had a pretty good start to their partnership. And it appears Yamashita now is just playing men's doubles, he's totally stopped mixed.
Service over, 5-3.
See, Japanese just really happy to defend.
Almost like they can just up the ante whenever they feel like it in a rally like that.
Yeah. The thing is, you know what you're going to get with the Japanese, but it is consistently good quality. You know, I'm confident if you ask either one of them, Midorikawa or Yamashita, you know, I want you to hit 10,000 jump smashes, they'd just be like, yeah, I can do that all day long. And they probably wouldn't make a mistake. How open men's doubles is. There's no pair at the moment that's dominating. There's no pair really. Yes, you've got Xiamen and whoever he is playing with. If it is Kim Won-ho or if they do swap again, they are the only pair that are a bit more consistent than the others. But it's so open at the moment. This Japanese pair could possibly even end up getting around the top 10 in the world.
Out. Service over, 8-4.
So the other Japanese pair, Hoki Kobayashi, who have struggled as of late just because they've had some injuries and haven't played a lot of tournaments, are only starting to come back now. Japan are struggling a little bit in the men's doubles event. It's an event they've been so good at in the past sort of 10 years. Slightly selfish point of view, considering I'm a men's doubles player, that maybe Yuto Watanabe was going to start to play men's again.
Good lead.
9-5.
Lovely touch, and it gives them a 6-point lead as they go for the mid-game break, and pretty much as we expected so far in this men's doubles.
Si vous perdez l'avantage, prenez l'homme, il doit y avoir du volume. Okay, c'est ensuite, une fois qu'on a fait le travail, une fois qu'on a fait bouger, on peut chercher le volume un peu plus à plat. Okay, mais premier là, on passe vraiment dessus. On n'oublie pas les gars, très vite en défense. C'est comme ça que vous allez pouvoir les faire.
Five. Play. Service over. 6-11. Service over. 12-6. Service over. 7-12. Service over. 13-7.
Attack, nice little set play as well at the start of the rally there from the French.
13.
Swapping their positions there. Lovely backhand drive there from when Fenghuang start the rally.
9-13.
Yeah. Look, this is good, really good run now from the French.
Just looks a little off balance, didn't he, when he hit that with Orikawa?
Yeah, it was a good flick, caught him kind of slightly off guard. It's definitely an area the French can compete in the first 4 shots, because the Japanese, they don't really do anything that surprises you. Stepped in really well. There, you can see as Renroll was striking the shuttle, his opponent, Yamashita, he already knew where it was going. He was chasing in, great speed, takes it early. French are in big trouble.
Service over. 11-16.
Hey.
Service over. 17-11.
This is the thing with the Japanese, they just make your life difficult. They don't hit a lot of winners. Consistently good quality, almost forcing their opponents to do something quite impressive or just put them under pressure.
Yeah, and they've succeeded in snuffing out that little mini revival that the French pair had just after the interval, just a couple of points away now from securing this opening game.
Game point 11.
So 9 game points.
Out. Service over. 12-20.
So without really any fuss at all, 21-12. It's only taken 13 minutes for the Japanese pair, Midorikawa and Yamashita, to assert their supremacy. They lead by 1 game to none.
Dès qu'on tape fort, j'ai l'impression qu'il est hyper fort, hyper dur de sortir. Ouais, c'est dur de sortir parce que vous êtes peut-être un chou trop proche du filet. Trop proche, ouais. On va tirer là. N'hésitez pas, on accompagne sur le back player, on accompagne un maximum. Si ça pose, on fait l'effort, on va au filet. Ouais. Okay. Dès que ça part à plat, on sent bien que c'est pour avancer, surtout voir en croisé. Tac, tac. On met la tête en opposition, droit au centre. Et on avance. Ouais. Ouais. Quand vous jouez au filet, une fois que vous êtes à hauteur de bande, presque vous pouvez relever. Tant qu'on est à hauteur de bande, on ne pas, on challenge. Là, on donne vraiment
Second game. Love all. Play. Service over. 1 love.
Well, if the French could get off to a decent start here, they might yet be able to put the Japanese pair under a bit of pressure.
Service over. 1, 2.
thing is, the French, they played quite a good rally there. They're moving the shuttle around quite nicely. Just that last shot snatched. You see Japanese slightly off balance in there. Mayali stepped in.
Yeah, it was definitely half a chance. Not able to take it.
Yeah, that was impressive. Dorikawa there steps in lovely. Played a really nice controlled net shot there. That's great control, and that's not the best from the French, but confident move forward there. Judgment there. Dorikawa just thought he was going out.
Service over. 4-all.
It's that difficult situation when the French are under stress and pressure, they just can't get the shuttle away. See it here, they're in trouble there, and then it goes back to Dorikawa at the net. That's where they've got to turn it away or get it out.
Won by a distance, that one.
6-4.
Abusez au niveau de la hauteur. Abusez vraiment de la hauteur. Allez, allez.
Wow. 7-4. Out. Service over. 5-7.
Fantastic turn there.
6-7.
Mayal. Put away. The Japanese just look too comfortable in defence. When the French are attacking, they get half a chance of just stopping it off at the net. I feel like they've got to do a bit more with it. As soon as the Japanese get a half chance, they're just so clinical.
Service over. 7, 8.
Great placement on that attack.
Service over. 9, 7.
Late decision to play that. Well, it was never going to work.
Yeah, there was so many indecisions and uncertainties then in that rally from the French. You can see there, that's just one of them, but Japanese are relentless. When they get the attack, they're just so solid, as in they just don't give you anything. They get a half chance, they take it every single time.
So a 4-point lead for Midorikawa and Yamashita at the mid-game break.
C'était plutôt bien. Vous arrivez à rentrer dans la position de chaque fois. Là, vous avez peut-être baissé en intensité, ou alors ils arrivent à trop lire ce que vous faites. C'est super important, les gars, que vous prenez là, allez là, les gars. Ensuite, vous décalez. L'objectif, c'est de les faire bouger une fois, et ensuite on bloque. Là, toutes les défenses sortent un peu intenses, à chaque fois que vous courez. Vous êtes un peu court, ça monte, à chaque fois ils s'appuient dessus et ils vous mettent pression. Et là, au niveau de vos attaques, vous avez commencé à forcer un petit peu plus qu'au début de match. Tranquille. L'objectif, c'est pas de faire quelque chose.
Play.
That's a great rally there. One of the best, I'd say, the French have played. Moved the shuttle around really well, and then there chases forward. Lovely push. It's just when the Japanese get it, again there, they just can't find a way to get it away from them. The Japanese are on balance in a good position, they're just relentless and ruthless.
Can't afford those kind of unforced errors. Scoreline the way it is, French pair.
Yeah, cut on there, he was not sure if it's going in or out. Just took a bit too long to make that decision. Sometimes the French, when they're trying to drive the shuttle, it's just going too central. It's got to be going down the sides, width, draw the net player out, so then there is a gap to be able to cross it if needed.
15-9.
sure that they've completely done themselves justice here, Kato and Renoir. They'll come away a little bit disappointed, assuming they do go on to lose this match. Not just because they're lost, but because I don't think we've quite seen the best of them. Odd little moments.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would say, as crazy as it sounds, for the French team in this tournament, in the Sudirman Cup, and it is a crazy thing to say, but it's true. It's not about winning and losing. It's about the level of their performance, and it's about, you know, learning from it. In a match like this, the chance of the French winning this is, you know, it's very, very slim, but I know 100% they can perform to a slightly higher level than this. I mean, they did at the European Champs. They beat a very good Danish pair to get to the quarter-final. That was a better turn. And it is, it's just a constant bombardment from the Japanese on the attack that the French are really struggling to deal with. Just relentless. But this is the thing of a, you know, good men's doubles player, is a consistent, relentless attack. Well read there. Nice rotation from the French.
11-17.
Yeah, lovely variation. Which you don't see often. It's all about picking the right time. That's perfection there.
Well, probably appropriate to go through the repertoire. Just 3 points required to confirm the win.
Lovely turn. It is, we see moments of it. Something the Japanese do, though, to a very good standard, is just a consistency throughout the whole match, whereas the French, it's been flashes, moments of impressive play, but quite up and down.
Service over. 19-12.
I think it's one of the first unforced errors Yamashita's made. He's been so solid in this match. I'd say that is a super strength. That's one of the reasons why he won that world bronze medal, but in the mixed doubles.
14-19.
Well, one of points for the French pair, just to keep Midorikawa and Yamashita honest here. In the next couple it might get interesting.
Just feel the whole kind of tension even in the stadium. Just go up just a little bit. Just with that possibility of making it a little bit more competitive now.
Well, that should settle the nerves.
Yep.
4 match points for the Japanese.
20, match point 16.
Great shot. about that.
Service over, 17-20.
Best rally of the match, and a little unfortunate from the French pair's point of view. That's how it ended, but it is victory for Midorikawa and Yamashita, 21-17 in that second game, and that makes it now 4-love in the tie overall.
Match 21-17.
Have a look at that last point.
Yeah, I think it was really tough for the French because they're playing a good rally.
Obviously, it's going to get tougher for Japan. Their next game is against Malaysia on Thursday. That'll be much more of a test. But the men's doubles here, 21-12, 21-17, 32 minutes on court. We've just got one match left to complete the tie. It's the women's doubles. Igarashi and Shida taking on Lambert and Ponant in a couple of minutes' time. See, this is an art form, isn't it? What these guys and women do, the stringers. Welcome back inside the arena here. 4 matches down, all of them won, as you can see, by the Japanese. Looking for a clean sweep here as Igarashi and Shida take on Lambert and Ponant of France. Just coming out onto court, as you can see. No surprise, it's the first meeting between this pair and these pairs.
Black or red? Your choice. Black.
And you red. Red. Yes. Yeah. Which side? You serve. Which side? Okay.
So let's give you a bit of information then about these four players. Starting with the French pair and Camille Pognant. They actually won a bronze together at the European Championships earlier this month, these two. But just 18 years of age. So it is a big ask against two experienced Japanese players. Her partner is significantly older, actually, 8 years her senior, Margot Lambert, who we normally used to seeing partnering Anne Tran. They are 13 in the world, those two. European champions, actually, last year. And they got a bit of a hiding yesterday, lost in 32 minutes to Curly Tan and Tina Muralitharan. I said at the start of the show, it might not get any easier against these two. Igarashi first of all. Former world #1, of course, in mixed doubles with Yuta Watanabe. Twice mixed doubles Olympic bronze medalist, 4 times World Championship medalist in mixed doubles. Did win the women's doubles in India with Ayako Sakamoto back in January. Her partner today is Chiharu Shida, who we're so used to watching play with Nami Matsuyama. Of course, they took bronze at the Paris Olympics. Already got a Sudirman Cup silver in the cabinet, Shida. She wants a gold. Twice an All-England champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, France, represented by Margot Lambert and Camille Pugnet. And on my left, Japan, represented by Alashi Igarashi and Chiharu Shida. France to serve, Camille Pugnet to serve to Chiharu Shida. Level, play.
So final match of this tie, women's doubles. Underway, and, not very auspiciously with that serve.
Service over, 1, go. Two, low. Service over. 1, 2. I don't think Lambert and
TotalEnergies are going to find it easy here, Chris. It's not that Igarashi and Shida are going to blast them out with power, but it's just their double savvy, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's every area of the game, but it's tough for the French because the French are kind of a new partnership. Margot Lambert, she has quite a tough job because she's the, a lot more experienced one in the partnership. She's only 26 and she's having to guide a very young player with a lot of prospect, an 18-year-old. But you can't do that against two of the best players in the world. You can do it against pairs of a similar level to yourself, but it's very hard to do that against, two phenomenal players. And although we haven't seen a lot of Igarashi this year, she won the Indian Open, as you identified at the beginning of the year. She hasn't played any other tournaments, and from what I've heard, that partnership is no longer active. So it's going to be interesting seeing her in other tournaments with a different partner. Japan ladies doubles is so good. I mean, so many players and pairs to choose from. Lovely slice to pull the pace out. Placement slightly flatter.
Well, it was a last-minute decision to play that by Shida. She knew nothing was going to come of it. She just put it right into the hitting zone for Lambert.
Yeah, good play though. Really good rally from the French. Moved the shuttle around well. It's the right shot from Lambert. Just pushed it a little too wide. It can often feel like that. It can feel like you have to put the shuttle on the line or just inside. It never has to be that tight. If you're ever really thinking that, it means you're playing the wrong shot.
Service over. 3-7.
Great attack there. Seen him miss it there. Shida on the defence. It's the one that put him in big trouble.
Service over. 8-3.
As we always say so often, when you're in front, you get the breaks. When you really need them, you don't. Off to a bit of a flyer, the Japanese here.
Nine, 3.
Pushed it wide. It's a tough challenge for Margot Lambert, going from Anne Tran, who had a lot of experience, and they did really well as a partnership, and I think they were getting better and better. And then talking to a younger player who is kind of the future for France, but having to guide her and bring her on, it is a tough challenge for any player. When you go from one of the pairs that are the very best in Europe, as she was, European gold medalist, to starting a whole new project, starting from scratch, it's not easy. Great attack. The amount of smiles from the Japanese is incredible. If they win or lose the rally, there's big, big smiles.
So a healthy lead for the Japanese pair, Igarashi and Shida. 11-5 at the mid-game break.
Une fois que la joueuse de devant commence à prendre l'option, c'est là où on sait si elle est suffisamment et si on peut jouer 3-2.
plutôt une fois droit avant de faire une fois gauche. Ok. Donc tu dois faire un serment droit, tu dois faire le retour bloqué, ou alors pousser un tout petit peu plus fort pour la déborder sur le côté. Ok, mais sinon
Play.
Brilliant. Brilliant from the French. And we've seen, you know, in almost all the matches we've seen now from the young French team, we have seen these, you know, these moments that are really impressive. The big thing is it's just moments rather than large portions of the match.
Well, fantastic rally for starters straight after the interval.
Solid, really solid defense from the Japanese.
6. Service over. 7-12.
Great interception at the net.
8-12.
Kind of one step forward and two back at the moment. 13-8. Lambert and Ponant.
It's the biggest thing young players need is just that base level, that consistency, that solid game so that you do become difficult to beat. This lady on camera, Cognant, we've seen some brilliant stuff, but then we have seen some simpler mistakes. Brilliant. Again, another great rally from her. But with two rallies before were sort of simpler mistakes.
9-15.
Lovely little turn. Lambert there, she saw what was happening, steps in, takes it early. Although Shida is so fast. Not even she can move to intercept that one. I have to say, Shida, she must be the fastest ladies doubles player in the world. I haven't quite seen that speed in this match, but I think there's just that little bit of uncertainty playing with a player that she doesn't normally play with.
Completely caught unawares by the serve.
Yeah, it's a good little run here for the French.
12, 15. Chiharu.
4 points in a row for Lambert and Ponant.
It's that tough challenge. Thinking, can I get through? Because obviously the defense of the Japanese is so good. Just having that discipline, that creativity from the rear. Just keep working the rally to improve your opportunity.
Should have put that away. One of them should. They would have been very, very disappointed if they lost that in the end. Managed to stay the course, however. Themselves in the driving seat in this opening game. There's a couple of times now the French pair have kind of semi-threatened a comeback, which hasn't quite materialised as yet. May not now.
That's brilliant placement from Shida. Just in that really awkward zone, kind of in between both players. That doubt of whose it was. Wow. Absolutely incredible shot. Where's that been? This was brilliant. This is exactly what I was talking about a few rallies ago, having that creativity from the back.
She was kind of admiring it, Shida.
Yeah, I think everybody was. That was an incredible shot.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now, it felt at one stage that it was really comfortable for the Japanese. All of a sudden, 18-15, the French were right back in it, really.
And it's not even just the score, is it? Just the dynamic of the rallies. They're much more competitive now, the French pair. Well, that's a real heartbreaker. Lambert and Ponant. Had a couple of those, actually, Japanese. Well, rather a tame one that from Fenghuang, so now 5 game points for the Japanese. Just needed the one. So 21-15. They take the opener in 16 minutes on court.
À partir du moment où vous attaquez, vous jouez à plat sur un Shida, ici, 90% du temps ça reviendra. Et celle qui est en attaque, elle peut prendre l'option un peu plus souvent. Celle qui est devant, elle prend plus l'option. Celle qui est derrière, elle est vraiment prête à courir de l'autre côté. Soit pour une défense croisée, soit pour le coup d'après celle-ci. Ok. Continuez le contour comme ça. Bien. Continuez à varier les hauteurs. Faire des frappes comme celui-là. Là, ok.
あれさ、球ストレート球使ってよかったよ。相手に入れたま下がちょうどラウンドから直接合計してくるからね。そういうパターンもうちょっとクリア。あとサーブ周りに集中するように。
ストレートドライブとか行ってみればこのクロスに行ったら一回ミス。でもストレートに待ってる時にそうだから入れると思って普通に当たってなくてどこに入れるから入れたら行った方がいい。
Well, there were certainly moments in the first game where the French pair looked more than competitive. Can they find a way to cut out the unforced errors and put the Japanese pair under pressure?
I think there was a bit of confusion there. Felt like she was going to challenge and then she decided not to.
Too busy smiling.
I think it's evident that Shida is enjoying herself out there.
Service over. 3-2.
In the All England when Xiamen and Shida played, and you know, I couldn't say enough nice things. Their level was absolutely phenomenal, especially Matsuyama. I would say the partnership we've got today, not quite the same. I know it's a scratch partnership and they're still getting used to each other and everything like that. Igarashi, she's obviously a great player, there's no doubt about that, but just the level's not quite the same. French have played well, but I think I would have just maybe expected a little bit more from the Japanese.
Yeah, I agree. I think Xiamen in particular has had a bit of an off day. I know they won the first game, but there were moments within it where they weren't comfortable. They're behind here in the second. Certainly some encouragement for Lambert and Fanon.
It will be interesting when we see Japan put into the ladies' doubles in other matches. I mean, to be honest, it is an interesting part of this whole tournament, the teams that are entered, just because there are so many complexities for, you know, the coaching staff to decide which team, because that's one of the integral parts.
Well, they play Malaysia next, and then obviously the knockout round. So there's no more gimme matches anymore.
Especially that ladies doubles against Malaysia. That is a big game. That should be the one that decides the whole tie. Brilliant again here from the French. Pognan, the 18-year-old there at the net, really dominant. Brilliant again. And I see why, you know, France have invested a lot in her. At 18, they see she has a lot of potential, and she does. Putting her with Margot Lambert, who is a European gold medalist. Be interesting to see how this partnership flourishes in years to come.
Scoreline's no surprise. Japanese really way below what we'd expect, certainly the second game.
Yeah, but we kind of both agreed on it even in the first. I know the Japanese won, but the level from the Japanese wasn't what I expected. But I've got to say, especially this 18-year-old in this second game, Camille Pognan, she's played well, really well. Doesn't look out of her depth at all. This will be the big thing. Will Japan take a risk like they're taking today in swapping some partnerships up, or will they keep the team with regular partners? I know what I'd do.
That was good. Well, she can challenge it, but I'm not convinced she's going to get any joy. You'd put the established pairs.
100%. Yeah. I'm sorry. The way that they played in the All England, I was kind of in awe. It was just so good. It really was. And Matsuyama, honestly, she had in that semi-final, she was phenomenal.
Oh, actually out by a big margin. Wow.
Good challenge. You know, and that's no discredit to this lady on camera here. I'm not saying that Igarashi isn't good enough at all. I'm just saying in a big, crucial game, you want a partnership that's been playing together for years, and they've got a great understanding, great cohesion, and they can handle the pressure as a partnership.
That's the one Achilles here, isn't it? We've seen a lot of unforced errors from the French. We've seen some great winners as well. It's just an unexpected bonus, really, for the Japanese when that happened.
Placement on the attack, Nishida.
over. 9-8.
Rally though, a little too much on the end. And there, trying to turn the shuttle away.
9-4.
Drive there, she's opened the gap up, doesn't need to be anywhere near as tight as that. Yes, she does have Shida chasing forward.
Somehow they've eked out a 2-point lead. Igarashi and Shida, and it's 11-9 mid-game break.
À partir du moment où la première défense fort droit, c'est celle de devant qui prend l'interception. Là, on croit. Il faut vraiment être prêt à le faire. Au niveau de votre rotation, c'est très bien. Au niveau de la connexion des frappes, c'est très bien. Je prends l'espace, mais ne cherche pas à avancer trop. Je prends l'espace et je fais 4 secondes qui va vite. N'oubliez pas, ça pose pas souvent de jeu là.
Play.
Well, I think being gifted a couple of points just before the interval, it breathed new life into Igarashi and Shida. I honestly thought they were pretty fortunate to be ahead at the interval. Judge stretches out his arms.
14-9.
Good defense from Shida. Great block. combo from the French. Lambert read that flick serve really well. And again, and this is it. You know, when the French are playing like that to their higher level, they are definitely competing. It's just the fluctuations. Their highest level to their lowest level, it's just too big.
Yeah, and they've tended to win points in little sort of blocks, so maybe they can mount a comeback from here. Stoic defence from Fair. Hognot in particular.
Yep. How did she get that back? Oh my goodness, what a rally that was. Incredible stuff.
She's okay. 12-15. Nothing she could do about the net cord in the end, obviously, but terrific entertainment before that.
This is the thing, when the French are playing to their highest level, to their higher level, let's say, they're just, well, not quite just as good, but they're really competitive. Just these massive fluctuations. That was a fantastic rally from both the French players. Especially this lady on camera, 18 years old. She's competing with two fantastic ladies doubles players.
Yeah, and they're
Olympic medalists, both of them.
Right back in contention here. That's happened so often, hasn't it?
And that's the frustrating bit, because the rally she played before was so good, consistently throughout the rally. And then the Japanese, they haven't had to do anything in that rally at all. And they've ended up with the point. And if you think how hard the French had to work for the rally before to win the point. But she's young and she's only going to improve, and she's got a really exciting future.
17-12.
She has a lot of potential. Camille Pognan, a lot of potential.
At the body of Margot Lambert.
12.
Just the shot there, too inviting. Igarashi. See if she can jump into it. Gotta say, I don't think I've ever seen quite so many smiles from a doubles pair. They're Japanese, incredibles.
Yeah.
Very happy out there, enjoying it, loving every minute.
thought Thailand was supposed to be the land of smiles, but might not be right.
What a rally this is.
A couple of trick shots, so that's going to be in by a way. Well, that is something to smile about.
Yeah, we had one at the beginning of the rally. We were going to see it here from Margot Lambert.
19.
And then, I don't know what that was. That's a new shot.
She's just invented that. What was that?
It's like a, I don't know, we'll have to see it in slow-mo to get a better idea of what she actually did. That's a lovely flare from Margot Lambert, and we're not going to see it.
So, that little revival, short-lived by the look of it. 8 match points for the Japanese. Straight down the middle is usually pretty effective, and 21-12. It's in the end, on paper it looks like a very comfortable win. It doesn't quite tell the whole story. Nonetheless, Igarashi and Shida confirm a 5-love Japan whitewash of the French.
Match
I think there are too many that surprised by the scoreline. I know that the French Federation was sending its players here predominantly for a bit of experience against some big names, so they've certainly had that today. Definitely a code there for someone. No idea what it was about.
首先让我们恭喜志田千阳50栏有伤获得比赛的胜利。今天呢，也是我们志田千阳的生日。
Seems a bit strange to say it, Chris, but they were nowhere near their best, and yet they still came out fairly comfortable winners.
Yeah, I think it's tough when you're kind of a scratch partnership. There were a little bit of misunderstanding. They maybe weren't quite moving how they would round each other. Got a peculiar one here. She's just been given a lovely gift. I'm not totally sure what that is in relation to, but I know the Chinese absolutely love Shida. She's incredibly popular over here. She's got a massive cult following.
I think that's
it's her birthday.
Okay, okay.
Oh, that's lovely. Quite sure what it is that they've given her, but it's a lovely gesture.
I think it might be the actual Sudirman Cup kind of mascot thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Anyhow, let's review what's happened today on Court 1. All 5 matches won by the Japanese. Shimigami and Habara coming through fairly comfortably, and then what a match between Watanabe and Roy. The first game was brilliant. Roy played above himself and won it and forced it to a decider. Yamaguchi was destructive against Tapranova. Madurikawa and Yamashita, no real alarms against Katoen and Renoir. As you've just seen, the birthday girl, Shida, along with Igarashi, overcoming Lambert and Ponant in straight games. Don't forget, more live action later on today on Court 1. Group D, this is, and it's Denmark versus India with Indonesia versus India, Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen. For now, though, for me, Trevor Harris, for Chris Language, our whole cast and crew. Bye for now.